Alright, hello, welcome back. So, we're gonna actually go double back a little bit, go pick up that weapon. There we go. Speed boosting, no counters going. So, if you go all the way back to the monster arena, remember that chest that you said he couldn't open? Now it opens. And it's Yuna's. So, whenever you come across one of these chests, it's gonna show the character that it belongs to. They're gonna come in, they're gonna equip the weapon. Oh, supposed to equip it anyway. It's been so long I didn't remember. Now let's take a look at the level 1 weapon. This is what it is at level 1. It's bad. No AP means if you have it equipped, then you get no AP at all. Not to mention they're all 4th slot. Now notice, watch this. You cannot put any abilities on it because it automatically gets them as part of the story. Well, I should say story, as part of the unlock. Since we already had the Moon Crest, we can go back to Bakalani real quick and show the first upgrade. More than likely, this over here. Oh, how about these? Now, as I was going to say, more than likely, Yuna's will be the first one you run into, because it's the easiest one to get. However, Tidus is also in this area. Now it's level 2. Let's take a look at it. So it goes to double overdrive. When it's fully unlocked, it access to triple overdrive, as well as 1 MP cost, meaning Yuna becomes a holy spamming, super mage. Let's see, I forget what else she gets. She gets really nice abilities. And looks like you do have to get the crest first, then the sigil. Because I could have sworn it was the other way around, so that's a correction. You had to get the crest, then you get the sigil. You can have both at the same time, but you had to have the crest to upgrade first. So, yeah. Now, Yuna's second upgrade is break damage limit, triple overdrive, double AP, and 1 MP cost. This can be very useful if you're doing hyper leveling strategy, and you are going to be wanting to do hyper leveling strategies. Triple overdrive really helps because there's monster arena combos that we can't do yet because we don't have the required enemies, but it's crazy. And actually, Yeah, okay. So we can actually load one of our older saves. Okay, let's go back to the monster arena first. We can save right there. I don't know if I still have the items for it. I probably do. We're gonna see when we get to that save. I think I was just caught. Bro! We totally broke it! This mod is hilarious! We totally broke it because we're in an area that we can't technically have combat in outside of the monster arena. That's awesome! So yeah, don't do that. Don't do that in the arena if you got the mod. All right, let's take a look. Okay, we have part of it. All right, so here is how this works. Look at the Genji shield. You have Auto Phoenix on it. The rest of it is not irrelevant. There's one thing you need, and that's Auto Phoenix. So we're gonna put that on there. Wait, when the hell did I get Dark 99? Okay, so it doesn't look like we have Overdrive to AP on here, unfortunately. Oh, that's because it's a weapon. Ah, right. Okay, so this is an example of a leveling weapon. Talked about this in the previous vid, or maybe one of the earlier ones, but leveling gear is gear you use specifically in the monster arena. Now, if you look at this, it says triple AP, Overdrive to AP, and triple Overdrive. So, now look at this. So first off, you need to have a weapon with at least Overdrive to AP and preferably triple AP or triple Overdrive. If you can't get either one of those, go for double versions. Double ones are a little bit easier to get. So let's see. Whip it. Now you have to have an armor with Auto Phoenix on it. So then you're going to set your Overdrive to Comrade. Actually, so this is how this is going to work. You're basically chaining Overdrives. So you're going to have your main guy on Stoic, and anybody else in the party is going to be set to Comrade. Looks like I don't have one for him. Probably have one for Oron. Yeah, it's already equipped. Make sure you have Phoenix Downs out the ass too. Yeah, good. First off, we're going to burn the Overdrives, so they're not showing up on there anymore. We're just going to, use junky enemies. This is what I was talking about with Banshee Blades. Great. It puts all 4 breaks. I'm just picking whatever because we need to burn off Tidus' Overdrive. Alright, so this should work. You need to find a strong enemy, preferably actually Don Tomberry. Early on, you're going to be looking at Kotos, or maybe, you know, I'm not sure. Cactuar King's also good. Chimera Geist is good early on too, but Kotos is one of the most reliable ones. Kotos and Don Tomberry. Don Tomberry comes from capturing one of every enemy in the Stolen Faith Cavern, and in theory, he's actually one of the best ones early on if you can manage to get every single enemy in that area because of the way he scales. He is a Tomberry, which means he scales off how many enemies someone attacking him is killed. So someone like Yuna or Riku, who usually does not have a high kill count, would take little damage from his special attack. However, a main attacker like Auron or Tidus will take an incredible amount of damage. They'll take the maximum damage each time, which is 9,999. Notice Auron's charged up. And we did not charge it to change his to well, we didn't change his gear. Otherwise, this would have worked beautifully. But it's basically showing how it works. You're supposed to have everybody with on Comrade and have their Overdrive convert. May want to consider having Yuna haste your guy that you're looking at Unga Bunga in. See how much AP you got? This is just from a few whacks. It's very, very, very easy to come out of here with millions of spear levels. Well, millions of AP that converted to spear levels. That converted it into about 40, and this is a very developed unit too. So we did it correctly. Where, yeah. That's how you used Don Tomberry or Kodos early on. But Don Tomberry is the best one because after a while you're going to be doing gotten so many kills that it's just going to be absurd. He'll almost always hit you for max damage. So it's actually a very effective way to level up. And consider the mod has the AP share option to actually catch up a lot of part members at once. That I have to go do this. It negates how tedious and mind-numbing it actually is. Anyway, reload our save. Let's go back outside this time so we don't have that weird, goofy void stuff. Wait, Tomberry out here. Wait. Hey, wait, doesn't it like take whatever you last fought? That would actually make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Alright, so we're going to go back here real quick, and you can actually fight Dark Yojimbo now. There's actually a way to really cheese him early on for farming. So first off, in order to start the Dark Yojimbo series, you need to come all the way back here. And you get ambushed. So more than likely, unless you have a first strike, you're going to die horribly. Dark Aeons at this point are very, very scary. There's a way to trick, to actually cheese this, but I don't know we have. Yeah, we do have. Okay, so we're going to be reloading the save anyway, so it doesn't matter. Basically, what you do is you have a first strike option, usually Masamune, or something, that has it on there as a property. So what you do is you swap your Yuna out for somebody else. It doesn't matter who. And give the first strike weapon to Auron in this instance. It's whoever has the first strike weapon. You'll always get ambushed on the first time. However, since you have first strike, this negates that, meaning that character can attack first. Now, depending on your affection gauge with him, as well as how much money you pay him, may or may not get that first, kill. Side note: Daigoro here reappears in 10-2 as the pet for the trainer spear. So if you pay him everything, there's a much higher chance, depending on affection and Zanmato level, of him performing it. He did not perform it, so if you see him nod his head, then he'll do it. You did what we were going to do anyway. Game over. So it is possible to do that, and we're going to try again to see if this time it'll do it, because it's still RNG, even if you do have decent, relationship with Yojimbo. Whoa! Oh, we forgot to equip it. Don't be like me, okay? Don't. And we also did the overcharge. That was not intentional. Yeah, don't be like me. Make sure you actually equip the damn thing. I wanted. All right, there we go. Alright, so hopefully this time it'll go. If it doesn't, then we're just going to move on. Because it's easier when you have a lot of money you can just throw at it. So again, if he does his head nod, then you've got it. Okay, he did not. So yeah, we're just gonna call it. There we go. So yeah, if you have a decent, Yojimbo, affection at this point, which is something to consider. Consider summoning him in Overdrive, build up a good relationship, then come back, because you can't actually get, in-game gear this early on. Mostly weapons and armor that drop have BDL, break damage limit, or break hit point limit, and so on. And Yojimbo will. Reason why you want to do this is Dark Yojimbo, until you've beaten him 5 times in one sitting, he'll keep respawning. So he has an infinite amount of respawn. It's infinite, and you can just do whatever with him. And until all Dark Aeons are defeated, you can't fight Penance. So something to consider. All right, now that we've screwed around here enough, let's go on. Alright, so again, this is a decent level up spot. You do want to consider also taking care of fiends, capturing for monster arena. Not a Braska speak.
Hello, Yuna.
Oh, there we go. You need 3 for the Banshee Blade. That's all you really need, honestly. Or Oron. Notice that save we just loaded was an in-game save from our Let's Play. And we did not get anything, the final one, just Tornado. Tough, aren't they?
Please.
That's odd. They're taking more damage. Just remember, we only need one of you. Heal up before we move on. So this will be a test of whether or not you're paying attention to the stuff. At this point, you need to be more proactive in dispelling buffs and using certain strategies.
I know.
Yuni.
I know. Me neither.
What are we gonna...
We'll do something. We just don't... Until we do, we really
I'm
can't
not skipping
help.
this because...
Let's
Watch.
go to Zanarkand. We'll find something there. It'll all come together. I know it.
Hey. Just now, you sounded like a leader, you know?
Star of the
Aha!
Watch your reaction. just standing there, looking at us menacingly.
The son of Jekt.
Riku,
You are not fighting him alone.
just go, go!
How did he get there? How did nobody notice?
Now is your time.
Not if I...
Save some for Kimari.
Lady Yuna.
Yuna.
Ascending? Allow me to say something to the last Ronso before
And he
I
wasn't the
leave.
last Ronso.
Yours was truly a gallant race. They threw themselves at me to bar my path. One after another.
Oh yeah, Seymour is a trouble asshole.
You could end the suffering.
Now, this is actually a fight where Kimari gets, some bonus, stats if you
I
use to
don't
talk.
understand you.
Allow Kimari to die and release him from his pain. Spira is a land of suffering and sorrow caught in a spiral of death. To destroy, to heal Spira, I will become sin. Yes, with your help. Come with me.
And you can
Yuna.
see Seymour was when they were starting to flirt with the idea, that them
Once I
being
have
square.
become the next
They were starting to
sin,
flirt with the idea of
Your
Velden
father
having a
will be
great
freed
point.
again.
He does have a point that there is something wrong with Spira constantly being stuck in a cycle of death and everything, but he was wrong on everything else. Now, Vayne was more formalized, and that stuck was the natural endpoint of that design philosophy.
Your hope. And your meat.
Do you not want to heal? Let death carry you off.
You can't run from your fate.
And be careful of the triple lens full life combo, because that is what happens. If you're fast enough, you can block it. And he will always follow up a full life, even if it's a target that's not able to be hit by it. Gonna summon him in Overdrive. He's going to die right after, but we want to do the extra damage early on. Try see. Can't remember if he's vulnerable to bio like Seymour Natus. Just like before, you could use
Death awaits you.
40 absorption against him. Oh, it's Seymour Flux. Oh, wait, I thought there was a Novus. I know there's a Vayne Novus over in 12, but this is Seymour, okay. That's Seymour Flux, so correction, it's Seymour Flux, not Novus. That's what that was. How long it's been. I just know it's asshole form 3. And yep, you can still poison good. Got to switch our weapons out. Honestly, we're not going to be going... Oh. Douche. Gonna suck. Yep. So I think our strategy needs a little bit of work. We need some more hit points. Put Lulu in the first party, that way we poison right away, then swap her out for Oron. So yeah, even a super developed party can have some trouble here just because Seymour is that annoying at this point. Okay, it's immune, great.
Do you?
You.
Oof. Here we go again. Freaking ow. Mega potions will be very useful here, especially if you took the time to go get some from the monster arena via, Steven, or, other rewards. Let's get Yuna up. We're going to need her to dispel that attack. You have haste guy at this point somehow, which is not unheard of. It would be amazing for you to use it right about now. Go summon Bahamut, use his overdrive. Keep Grand summoned for now. Because we're killing the boarded body here, or most likely getting it down low enough. That's effectively 15,000. See?
Death awaits. Death awaits.
Freaking owl. Be careful when doing reflect cheese like that. Thing about this game, bosses will do cheesy crap to you too if you let them. Wish we had an overdrive, but it's alright.
Death awaits.
Oh crap. Should have just tried to bait for that. Oh well. Oh. Not as bad as I thought it would be. Oh crap. Wow, okay, yeah, it was pretty bad. Well, that is a general strategy, so we'll come back when we get them down low again. We almost had that. If we just waited for it to turn that total annihilation was going to go off on, we could have Aeon cheesed that. We'll see you soon. Alright, so we're back. Basically, we used a similar strategy to what we were doing before. Overdrives on Aeons, poison ticks, and more. Avail for... We also did a little level up, and there's also a merchant I forgot to talk about, so we'll talk about that after this fight. Avail for because the moon crest was tied to her, you know, her break damage from it. She actually has it now, and I totally forgot to mention that. There we go. So, Balfour and Bahamut are our huge damage dealers now. Eva is not going to be a damage dealer until we get, you know, Venus Crest. It's actually all the way back in Guadalajara, unfortunately. So this boss, it seems scary, but that's only if you let him get his mechanics off. You just blast him with Aeons and have poison tick on him and keep killing the mortar body. He's going to take a lot of damage per turn. It goes down very quickly. This is the boss I was talking about all the way back in the first VOD where you have Blitz Ace. It works. And you can see little 4 key spears. Dark Blade, okay. Dark Strike, okay. So you can keep blinding people, and it's a 4-slot item, so it might sell well if you put double overdrive on it. Since we're not running around doing capturing right now, we can just keep it, you know, on our main weapons. Anyway, let's show that merchant. Please cleanse out for us, would you, Yojimbo, please?
Please clear us a path.
Oh! Now he's doing Zanmato, so because these guys have low levels. This is instant kill attacks that works on everybody. And bosses with multiple phases will just go to the next phase, if applicable. In 10-2, the Dark Yojimbo there does not one-hit you. It takes you down to 1 hit point. For this merchant. Oh. Right, there's a teleport pads now because Seymour's been taken out. You can quickly move up and down. So this merchant is all the way back over here. sells these items.
Welcome to.
Sells force slot items, but however they come with stuff on there. So if you're looking for semi-cheap force slot, you can get here and then put on something like double overdrive. So for a pretty nice amount.
Well,
Also a source of holy water, which is useful against Seymour and Flux.
What are those?
Those are... a summoning.
And
Someone
that's
is
the
using
big
this
secret.
faith.
The big secret, yep.
Someone is drawn.
This me-
Who wields...
Zanarkand faith. Team Zanarkand. See, this is what, the Bahamut faith meant by not being the first time they met before.
you.
Remember me? We met in Bevelle. But that
That-
wasn't
that's
the
where he
first time
says
we
it, see?
met. I've known about you for a...
Where are we?
So...
Faith are sentient, and it's complicated. I've never really understood it myself, but basically they chose Tidus and Jack. Well, they chose Jack originally, and he didn't quite get the job done.
What's gotten into you,
So they chose Tidus, who was actually a reflection of Shuyan.
Wait,
Precisely.
a dream? Are you crazy? I don't have time to be.
You're wrong. It's not that you're dreaming. You are a dream.
Again, this is expanded on in 10.2 with him being revealed to be a reflection of Shuyan. So we're just going to skip that because I wanted to talk about that real. This is the big reveal that that Tidus is not real. But yet he is considered real. He's flesh and blood. Gets injured like anybody else, which it's also an early foreshadowing of what the Faith do in 10.2. Give Yuna the option to revive him. Now up here is Gagazet trials. You have to defeat the trials after you clear this area in order to summon Dark Anima. Ooh, yeah, that one. Ah, here we go.
Looks like we got...
If anything should happen, if it gets dangerous, be careful.
And this is the underwater area I was talking about with more enemies to capture. You gotta wind it up where you gotta time it to where shield will be going past it, just as the animation connects. Oh, we almost had that time. There's also a little shield on top of there, so timing is everything on this one. It looks so funny when you do it, the speed boost, doesn't it? Okay, see, that time I was sure it went through. There can be a problem. Oh, that should have went through. Nice. It looked like it was nothing but net. There we go. That was beyond weird. You're supposed to color code it. He's green. It's actually coded to the spear grid. This is blue, Riku is green, and Waka is actually kind of orange, but here it's red. Oron is actually deeper red. Alright, so we took a quick break for grinding and be able to finish this out now. I don't know why that little icon's back there. This is the way out, so yeah, weird.
It comes.
Alright, so Sanctuary Keeper. This is a boss that is got some gimmicks that you'll see quickly. Careful about it. One of the biggest ones is he can do really funny stuff with Aeons. As in, you can attack them with Curse, which is the only thing that can actually... Well, Curse stops you from Overdrives, and it's one of the few status effects that actually works on an Aeon. At this point, Yuna should have Haste Ska. So go ahead and pop it, and you'll be doing much better. See? This is what I was talking about with the black magic, trick that we did with, Lulu, where we got Drain on her. The reverse works with white magic, and I talked about this before. You want to hold on that white magic spear until Tidus gets Haste Ska and put it on Yuna. And she's your white mage anyway. Okay, good. Oh, cute. I don't think he liked that. So yeah, that's the ability that will, yeah. That's all I was worried about. Every time you pop slow on him, he will cast haste right away. Anyway, Photon is Flux curse, and it means you can't use overdrives. The one way to get around it is either death, or you can just use holy water. Holy water starts being available back with wands. Now here we go with this again. Oh, notice poison works. Wanted to show that part off. Okay, let's see. The poison keep him debuffed so he can't keep pulling anything funny on you. Oof. Ow. Cute. So he uses white magic. I thought he just used, protect and, Karag. It's been so long. I forgot he got you cleans his debuff, so you can't really use poison on him. That's ummy. I forgot he could do that. However, you could make him waste a turn on that. So you can be summoning Aeons, have them in Overdrive, or have Yuna with Overdrive ready. Otherwise, that's going to keep happening. Again, like I said, it's one of the very few status elements that actually works on him. Notice he just automatically gets a turn right away. Be sure to keep him debuffed. That's going to remove the armor break as well. Wait, she actually lived? Huh. I am honestly shocked. I think actually we were dispelling the armor break. It wore off so fast. Oh, I get it. Every time we do that, he's going to counter with it. Kind of messed up, isn't it? And honestly, it's kind of funny. What the? Okay, that was weird. You might want to consider using Regen in this fight as well. You keep her topped up. More than likely, you don't have Nirvana maxed out. Ooh, that hurt. Interesting he's not doing, protect to counter the armor break. Give up. Oh, God, that's sick damage, man. So if you can come into this fight with Aeon and Overdrive, you can do a lot of damage early on before you, pops protect the counter to break. Oh boy. He really does not want to die. Wow, I can't believe we rolled that. Where he just double-digit life left. The Sanctuary Keeper is a simple boss, but he's also a stat check, and you need to be paying attention to how to, you have to have debuffs, well some buffs, and make sure not to use the wrong spells. As you can see, he has a habit of cleansing, stuff like poison and slow.
Hey.
Oh, I have to turn that off. I mean, it doesn't matter. Here we're at the ruins of Zanarkand.
A city dead for 1,000 years. A city I had to see with my own eyes.
And this is something she did all the way back at the Mihin High Road. And it's actually what Tidus interrupted her doing. And this is the famous opening cutscene. Now you get caught up to it in the story. Same music. No big Final Fantasy X logo. Now, there are normally some nasty enemies here. Mostly undead and all that.
Looks like the
Close enough.
Speed can be daunting. So unless you've been, super grinding or somehow, activating enough of the monster arena, bosses to get, the rare drops, you're probably start for, Gil. So make sure to grab that. I don't think they're explained why her mother decided to go the faith route. Just said, it's like it implies she's got a terminal disease or something. Never actually looked into it much. But it also establishes, more, unspoken rules about summoners that, Seymour has been able to summon her for a long time. He just never chose to until starting to enact his plan.
Hey, you don't have to.
Thank you for your concern.
Must be a way down there. Oh, there it is. A rare, level 3 spear, so pick it up. A lot of paths are not immediately obvious. Here's the main Zanarkand dome. This is where the Cloister trials takes place.
Are the trials ahead?
Probably.
Here too, huh? I was expecting.
You can ask for them after.
Now, unlike the other Cloisters, you can return here freely without having to worry about Dark Aeon. But if you go in too deep after quitting events here, then you got to deal with Dark Bahamut. Be sure to save. Basically, you want to avoid the white blocks for this. Trying to see. Okay. Easier once you learn where the white blocks are going to spawn. See? And you, yeah, see, that's how you're not supposed to do it. Look at the light-colored panel to get a general idea of what's going to spawn there. All right. Don't let me take it out, buddy. I guess we got to push the in before we can do that. It's been a while. Yeah. And you got to do these. Honestly, this is like the most tedious one, especially since you can't see it. Wait, then, oh, the pattern. Look, I'm gonna be honest. You think the Bevelle one's bad? Zanarkand can be annoying for no reason. I forgot it puts it on the damn screen. Also, it doesn't matter the spot you activate them in, or the order, just that you activate the right one. Some of these are duplicate as well, as you can tell. Ah. Touch screen. Oh boy, I couldn't see, the actual layout on that one. I don't know why it does zoom out like that if you didn't have any active. Yep, walked up. So some of these overlap right next to each other, so it's hard to tell. And again, I'm wandering over the wrong one. There it is. Nope, wrong one. See, where I'm having trouble seeing these colors. Ugh. So don't, feel discouraged. Some of these are really easy to trip up. As you can see, I just tripped over it because I am dumb. Okay, that's a little too fast. That's a red one. Hang on, I'm just gonna look up the color chart because it's much faster than trying to remember it. Because this is honestly one I always felt slowed down on. Really, only this one and the Bevelle one are hassles. Okay, hold it up. Get some. Okay, so we're missing green. Missing another red. Ah. Oh, blue. First one's done. It's never clear whether or not, there's an upcoming boss here. It's never not made clear. Braska and other Guardians had to deal with it before. It was only Yuna's party. Oh, well, I walked right over that. Ooh, almost walked over the wrong one. Okay, so we got to do green. Red? Ah, right. Notice these form rough symbols. The Spira language, or I'm not actually sure if it's supposed to be Spiran or the Evans. I kind of. In theory, the Zanarkand trials are the easiest, but they're also the most annoying. I would say almost as easy as Besaid. Yes, it's a lot of walking back and forth in the same, 2 rooms. We missed. Oh, 2 beds. Okay. Oh, dirt cigarette. Where'd it go? Once you understand and you can pull up a color chart, it's so much faster. Again, it's technically one of the easiest ones, but it's also just probably the most annoying. And we walked over the wrong one. Oh. Oh, right. Now we can finally take the spears. Who cut out the lights? Also, I don't think it's ever explained why the Saiyan and Kilika spears are here. They're just Zanarkand spears. Like, no explanation in game for that. So I guess maybe because it's the first 2 temples, they're the first 2 temples on Yuna's journey. Fortunately, you don't have to do one. You don't have to do 2 puzzles for the last ones. Just the initial 4. Notice the safe spear. Take it. You do not want to have to go through all that again. Also feels a bit phasmophobia in here, doesn't it? So for this fight, you need to pay attention to your panels, because he's going to keep constantly making you move around. And if you're on a panel when a bomb goes off, that's an instant kill. Now you have this trigger command, but yeah, make sure to use that, constantly. He only attacks in front of you. Or rather, you see his pincers, they only attack in front. And do that every single time. Yeah, move your squisher units, and then do attacks. Notice the arena change. So the Aeons, when summoned, will always go to their own special little island. It can be useful for dodging mines as well. Oh, right, yeah. He'll instantly kill Aeons. I kind of forgot about that part. But you should be able to use it to dodge Glyph Mine's already out. Notice he's immune to armor break. Jesus, man. Does not like her. May want to consider using Protect and Regen on your squished units here. Oron's going to take a heavy hit. Like I said, it's insta kill. Be ruthless with that berserk tail. Oh, great. Damn, should have revived Yuna. So that's how it can go badly real quickly. So what you want to consider doing is having a bunch of overdrives ready on your Aeons. And just every turn in Yuna, blast them. And remember, move takes a turn. And anytime Yuna gets hit by that, make sure to dispel it, because she's your big healer, and you do not want to heal her out of control. Again. That's getting annoying. Notice he's immune. Also notice it didn't cause a counterattack. A lot of this is hit and run, hit and run. And moving any berserks. Now, depending on your character development, your Bevelle form might actually be stronger than Bahamut if you have the Moon Crest and upgrade so to access break damage limit. Something I observed while grinding earlier, that Bevelle is actually doing more on her Overdrive than Bahamut is on his. We saw him do 18,000. This look, 30,000. So yeah, it's something to take into account if you have a bunch of Overdrives ready. Wow, she just took off over half his health, and that's honestly why I think. Well, I said before, I think in the second session or third one, that the Aeons in 10 are probably the most powerful of all the Aeon, all the summons, the entire franchise. They have the absolute most crazy power of Bevelle. Knows every action will do a counterattack. Go swap her out. Anyway. If somehow you can have access to Auto Phoenix, it's an amazing ability here. You can keep spamming that. I don't know if it has a cap or not, but usually you have to use at least 2 or 3 to do any appreciable damage to mid and late game bosses by using in-game weapons. Right now, we're just gonna try to charge Yuna's overdrive so we can hit him with Bahamut. We have a lot of mega potions from side stuff we've been doing. Just keep, tossing them at the end, the party. Okay, we're good. We're topped up. Oh crap. Anyway, finish him off now. So again, he's another simple boss when you understand what his gimmick is. And if you took the time, as we did, to get Mooncrest and everything early on, in the celestial weapon, and yeah, Belfour will do a heavy lifting on this one. I know what I said before about Bahamut being the strongest Aeon that you get normally in the story, because he is supposed to be the final, the strongest one of the storyline 5, but some kind of weird damage calculation with that second overdrive that's allowing Belfour to do almost twice his damage with just the Mooncrest. I'm not actually sure why it's doing it. It shouldn't be, but while this cutscene's going, I'm going to see if I can check. That is very unusual. I cannot remember that happening before all the time I played this game.
Yuna, we're here.
The Hall of the Final Summoning.
Go.
Yes.
Can't see anything here that explains it. I'm looking at the wiki. Huh. Okay, it looks like it's just the overdrive that's doing it. It doesn't provide a specific, it doesn't provide specific damage formulas or anything, but it says that, Energy Blast does a incredible amount of damage and breaks the damage limit.
What do you mean, no final Aeon?
Sir Oren! Everyone!
And continue, I just want to check some of the stats. Oh, I see. Nope. I think it's, the reason. Oh, also save because you have another boss coming up. The mini boss gauntlet, so to speak. If you're struggling, you can go out and grind some more. However, I'm not really sure we need to. Could be able to, I honestly think that this is a harder boss if you understand how to deal with the second form.
This isn't a.
That statue, it is Lord
Take a note who this
Aeon,
is, because
the
he reappears
first faith
in
of the
10-2.
final summoning. What you see before you is all that remains of him. Lord Aeon.
Gone?
You mean there is no final Aeon?
But fear not.
I'm letting this play through. Because, sorry, I'm letting it play through because it's actually really important to the story lore.
Yours. The summoner and the final Aeon will join powers. Go to her now. Inside, the lady awaits.
Yuna, wait! Auron, you knew this was gonna happen, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell us?
If I had told you the truth, would that really have stopped you from coming? Yuna.
I'm not going back.
Kimahri knows. Kimahri goes first. Yuna is safe. Kimahri protect.
First he protects, then he attacks. That's that dated meme.
Lady Yunalesca.
Welcome to Zanarkand. I congratulate you, Summoner. You have completed your pilgrimage. I will now bestow you with that which you seek. The final summoning will be yours. Now, choose. You must choose the one whom I will change to become the faith of the final summoning. There must be a bond between Chosen and Summoner, for that is what the final summoning embodies. The bond between husband and wife, mother and child, or between friends. If that bond is strong enough, its light will conquer sin. 1,000 years ago, I chose my husband Aeon as my faith. Our bond was true, and I obtained. There is nothing. You will soon be for once you call forth
So
the
she
final
says.
Aeon. Death is the... Your father, Braska, chose this path.
It is not too late. Let us turn back.
If I turn back, who will defeat sin? Would you have some other summoner and his guardians go through this?
But... my lord, there must be another way.
This is the only way we got now. Fine. Make me the faith. I've been doing some thinking. My dream is back in the other Zanarkand. I wanted to make that runt into a star blitz player. Show him the view from the top, you know. But now I know there's no way home for me. I'm never gonna see him again. My dream's never gonna come true.
Something interesting about this is that that's just a dream too, right? But it's never shown in 10-2 who he was the reflection of.
Then maybe my life will have
Whereas we see that Tidus' reflection was Shuyan.
If you live, there may be another way. We'll think of something, I know.
Also, this whole this whole reflection thing, as in someone the main character has a reflection.
Younger, so I might as well make
this is a theme explored more in depth in 14.
What? You're not gonna try to stop me too?
Because the big plot twists of 5 and 6. Well, I'm not saying 5 and 6.
Braska still has to fight
5.0 and 6.0 show who the player is a reflection
Guard
of.
him well. Make sure he gets there. Well, let's go.
Lord Braska, checked.
What do you want now?
Sin always comes back. It comes back after the calm, every time. The cycle will continue and your deaths will mean nothing. But there's always a chance it won't come back this time. It's worth trying.
And as a side note,
understand what you're saying, Orin.
A lot of the theme of this game is that the power of the faith and power of imagination can do some strange things.
Checked.
Trust me,
and
I'll think of something.
With the radio drama, X Will, somebody wished Sin back. And it's unknown who it was, and there's always been rumors and theories that the next 3 is coming. It's strange 20 years after the fact. Also, take note, this is one of the very few times in the game you see Auron getting angry. As in present Auron, not his past self. Past self is clearly more brash and outspoken in emotion, whereas the playable Auron is calm, reserved, and collected.
I volunteer.
And this is pretty much the only time you ever see him getting angry like that.
That still won't change anything, you know? You'd bring the calm, and then what? That won't break the cycle.
Listen, you want to defeat Sin and keep Yuna alive. You don't want Sin to come back, yeah? That is just not gonna happen, brother, you know?
It's commonly pointed out, at least by me and some others, that 12 was the first Final Fantasy where the antagonist and protagonist had the same goal, but different means. I honestly, I would say exactly Square started hinting at, started flirting with that idea in this game. Seymour wanted to stop Sin.
You're right.
The Yevon Church ostensibly wants to, stop Sin. So do the playable characters. They just, Seymour wanted to kill everybody, which means Sin can never be, recreated.
You'll think of something?
And, the protag just wanted to stop Sin, period, without causing, sacrificing lives for it.
You really think she'll help you?
I don't know, but I have to try. This is my story. It'll go
Whereas
the way
in 12,
I want it.
they both want, both
Thane
and his people and Ash and her people wanted to free, humanity from curious control.
It would be so
Vayne wanted to do it through conquest and overthrowing them, whereas Ash didn't.
Path my whole life through. But I know.
Oh, and as a side note, this whole Sin, being created by powers of faith and everything, well as well, you could make an argument that this was something that was used for the idea of Zodiark and Hydaelyn. That they were both created through similar methods to the final Aeon. And it's something I don't see people talking about often, is that you could make an argument for their creation being similar to the final Aeon. Both required heavy sacrifice. Only, however, it's pointed out on TV tropes that Hydaelyn was more of a demiurge. Yes, like, Yaldabaoth in Persona.
Become your faith? Who will it be?
So, yeah, it's something to consider about this.
First. Will Sin come back even should I use
Anyway.
the final summoning?
Oh, actually, this is one of the few times let this cutscene play out.
Every Aeon that defeats it becomes
You know what I mean?
sin in its place. And thus is sin reborn.
So this is kind of like a,
So that's why Jin became
the
sin.
concept of Hydaelyn and
Sin
Zodiac
is an inevitable
being final
part of
Aeon-like
Spirit's destiny.
are more
It is
like
never
they
ending.
stop being reborn.
Never ending?
They're defeated and other things happen instead of
but
the
if we
winner
atone
taking their
for our
place.
crimes, sin will stop coming back, yeah? Someday it'll be gone, yeah?
This is where Waka has his
Will
last crisis of
humanity
faith
ever
and he
attain
just
such
gets over it.
purity?
Stops being a believer in what they're doing.
This cannot be. The teachings state that we can exercise sin with complete atonement. It's been our only hope all these years.
Hope is
Once again,
comforting.
the
It allows us
entire
to accept
game
the
is a
fate,
massive
however tragic it
allegory
might be.
for disdain of Western religion.
Where is the sense in all this? Braska believed in Yevon's teachings and died for them. Jecht believed in Braska and gave his life for him.
They chose to die because they had hope.
So this is him dying.
Yevon's teachings and the final summoning
He
give the
technically
people of
died
Spira
here, but
hope.
he entered the unsent
Without
state and
hope,
crawled all the way back to
They
Bevelle.
would drown in their sorrow.
At least I think that's. No, wait.
Now
He
choose.
was dying, but he managed to travel all the
Who
way
will
back to
be your
Bevelle despite
faith?
his mortal injury.
Who will
Then
be
he
the
died
one
and
to
became
renew
unsent. I
Spira's
think that was
hope?
the timeline. Either way, that is what the actual moment was. Him trying to fight Yunalesca. Really establishing how powerful she actually is,
No
and
one-
she's that strong in game.
I would have gladly died.
The average
lived
party
in the
rolling through
Spira
here is not
and
prepared
would
for her.
have gladly died for them, but no more.
Key
The final
word being
summoning
average.
Is a false
I would
tradition that
say
should be thrown away.
the amount we've we've done so far
It
in
is
this
our
Let's
only
Learn, we are
hope.
probably slightly above
The
average.
Father sacrificed himself to give that
A really
hope to the
try-hard
people.
party would have Tidus as
So they
his
would
celestial weapon
forget
fully
sorrow.
upgraded. Well, semi-upgraded.
Wrong. My father
Would probably
My father
be
wanted
you'll be close to getting
to make Spiro's sorrow
all
go
of
away.
her
Not just covered
Yuna's
up with
weapon.
lies.
Sorrow cannot be abolished. It is
Would
meaningless
not
to
have
try.
access to Oron or most of the other weapons yet.
My father,
Possibly
I
Kamari's,
loved him.
because that one's
So
all the way back in
I
Thunder
will live with
Plains,
my
but that takes
sorrow.
some serious effort
I
to go
will live my own
backtrack.
life. I will defeat sorrow.
You could
His
get
place.
Waka's weapon
I
via
will stand my
Blitzball.
ground and be strong. I don't know when it will be, but someday I will conquer it. And I will do it without false hope.
Poor creature. You would throw away hope. Well, I will free you before you can drown in your sorrow. It is better for you to die in hope than to live in despair. Let me be your liberator.
And you can tell she just pretty much does not care about
This is it.
the religion at this point. She wants that final Aeon created.
Be free of pain, or live and fight your sorrow. Now is the time to shape your stories. Your fate is in your hands.
Yuna needs Kimari. Kimari protect Yuna.
AKA Unga Bunga time.
Fighting.
I can't believe we're gonna fight Lady Yunalesca. Give me a break.
Dude, you're
can
the
always
JRPG. You're fighting God whether you like it or
I'd
not.
never forgive myself. No way. Not if I ran away now. Even in death, yeah?
My thoughts exactly.
Yuna! This is our story. Now let's see this thing through together.
So her first form is pretty easy. However, second and third forms are the known party breakers. Mostly because they will stomp on you if you don't know ahead of time to bring Death Proof or Death Ward armor, as well as Holy Waters, because she loves the zombie status. Why we keep spamming that cheer? He's doing a incredible amount of damage with a low-level weapon. Oh, an important thing here is if you have the auto med, which is not that hard to get at this point. You know, there should be easy remedy access by now. If not, then you're kind of out of luck. But generally speaking, if you have auto med, it helps so much in this battle. This is one of the best ones for spamming, items, and you can use it to save yourself some time. It's being difficult. We're gonna save the overdrive for next phase. Deep cleansing debuffs. Check out beneath, you can see her form breaking out before it actually does that. Kind of cool, huh? Fun thing here is this, I've seen some people comment about how this part looks similar to Athena second phase and Endemonium 12 Savage. Now remember, Asuna does not normally take care of that. What if we had some holy? Oops, sorry. Those didn't, the quick break, but it's a max damage attack without damage, break damage limit. That's something to keep in mind. You're having trouble getting some serious damage here. Notice she's gonna keep doing that. This is actually good because in the third phase she gets access to a very strong ability that will kill you if you don't have death immunity somehow. I feel like that's gonna be a really bad idea. Oh, that's I mean not. Wait, I guess we had darkness on. Wait. I got thrown off by the cloud VFX around his eyes. Oh. Yeah, I knew this was gonna be a bad idea. That's why we can dispel. Don't be like me, don't get that idea. Trying to reflect some of this stuff. Because it doesn't work. Oh, damn. Flux is lasting a while, huh? Yeah, she's really making us go through this, huh? Through them, rather. Thanks. Ow. That could hurt. Nope. Yeah, I forgot. That's all. Watch out for that. Although it's a quicker way to. Oh, great. Let's say it's a quicker way to get rid of that reflective zombie than, you know, the normal way. Want to regenerate her, you know, her magic points. There we go. Okay, one more attack. Now, third phase is a little different. He starts getting much nastier. Oh, nice. Doing max damage now. Okay, cool. Now she's gone full cloud of darkness. But this is the attack I'm talking about. If you have people that are under zombie, you ignore this. If you have death proof, you ignore this. Also, fun fact: this Hellbutter and Death combo is recreated in the Mock raid, the Weeping City of Mock Alliance raid for 14. So yeah. So let me check something. So now she counters all attacks, so be careful. She can use Karaga, Osmose against Aeons, Mind Blast, which is pretty nasty. So at this point, you want to, if you're going to be using Aeons, summon them in Overdrive if you can. Otherwise, yeah. You can go for Yojimbo for a quick kill if you're affinity gauge is high enough. Yep, you kind of forgot. Honestly, it's it's hard to tell sometimes with some of these bosses they're not immune. Yeah, so that Karaga's gonna be one-shotting. It hits hard. Thanks. Now you can finally mount some offense. Don't be surprised if you have to do some, early healing and all that, because again, you're most likely not coming in with break damage gear and all that. In theory, you could farm Dark Yojimbo, but at this point, it'd be extremely unlikely unless you were getting very lucky with Yojimbo Zanmato. That is possible, but it'd be very unlikely. You know what I mean? Yeah. How about the Megadeth mechanic? That's the biggest scary one in this phase. Damn, we got lucky that we got hit by the use part of it on Yuna. So phase 3, basically play cautious until you have overdrives. You have Aeons, more than one Aeon break damage limit, then you pretty much won. Because as we saw, Veil 4 does a incredible amount of damage. We'll do the heavy lifting from this point. Crap. I was expecting another Kuraga, not Megadeth. Okay, we'll just revive him. I don't know. I should be able to get that. That's on me. It's usually really easy to get that. I do not know how I failed that. Keep the haste guy up at all times. And yep, there's confusion. Okay, she just woke herself up, apparently. Notice again, break immunity. Freaking ow. Okay, good. Now she has Overdrive. I finished this. But this works a lot better. You know, playing safe works better if you have a faster way of charging her Overdrive up. Oh, for the love of... Oh, you are kidding me. Well, so that's why you want to have Confused Ward. So we'll come back when we have that. Yeah. You have to be very careful because that can happen, and protect yourself. All right, so we're back at the stage at phase 3. Let's get a rebuff going. So we're doing a different strategy here, and we're gonna go over it more after the fight. That way, you can quickly get to it in the timestamp, and it'll also be on the timestamp on the VOD itself. As in there'll be 2 different phase 3s. So we're gonna summon Bevelle for her, and then Bahamut drop the bombs, and then we should be able to just quickly get to this phase. The alternate is, of course, Yojimbo, and hoping you can, get the kill with him. Half health, wow. So by the time she finishes recovering, she's not going to be able to use her Overdrive. Because Mind Blast will cause curse on Aeons, but not on the players. Go ahead and send her out. Okay, good. Use Hellbiter. As long as she's refreshing that instead of doing anything nastier, then we're like really good. Actually, since Belfort didn't die, we don't need to use Bahamut. Oh, that's right, she's under a curse, never mind. Right. She the Aeons weren't susceptible to the curse. Oh man, this would be much easier. There it is.
If I die...
I got to turn that off. Again, I was grinding up party, so there's actually a lot of preparations in this area. be careful where you go here. There's actually somewhere you need to go to get something. So, take note. This is the Sun Crest. This is upgraded. This is the item you need to upgrade Tidus' weapon. If you do not get it now, you come back here, you will have to fight Dark Bahamut in order to get it. So be careful. Absolutely be careful. Alright, so strategy. First off, you need to go. First off, get Yuna to level, her spear grade up to the point where she learns Holy. Holy is one of the biggest weaknesses of Yunalesca. At this point in the game, you're going to be doing max damage. So that will get you to the first and second phases pretty reliably, as long as you can keep the zombie status off her in order to replenish her magic. What you also want to do is get Aeon up enough. Get access to Entrust. What Entrust does is it takes the user's overdrive, applies it to the target. So as you saw in that fight, we managed to get we had 2 full bars. We put them on Yuna and 2 turn killed phase 3. The phase 3 is actually easy. Well, honestly, Yunalesca is very easy or very hard if you don't know what you're meant to be doing. You're meant to be bringing, Holy into that fight. You're meant to, as you do guard against, death, guard against, zombie. If you can guard against zombie and death, then you're never ever going to die to her nastiest attacks, and she cannot do anything except heal you. And she can't prevent you from healing either. And she only does the blind spam on counterattacks in the first phase. So if you get past that first phase, you can just auto attack like crazy. Struggling, or if you're in a no spear good run, then you would probably want to use Yojimbo instead for phase 3. But here's how we got Entrust on both Tidus and Aeon. So first off, remember what I told you before about White Mage and Black Mage spears? Well, if you get a special spear, which is actually not hard to find here, by this point in the game, you just use that. You're gonna use Aeon to unlock it, and then pop it on Tidus. That means now you can charge up Yuna's overdrive constantly. Also, something else I forgot to talk about: the area. The area has a Mega Phoenix's rare drop, so you could, in theory, farm here for a while to get access to the Auto Phoenix. If I remember correctly, the Auto Phoenix takes a lot of Mega Phoenix. Way more than you could normally grind in that area. Notice the camera change. There's a reason why. Yeah. He's kind of probably just been waiting out here the entire time for it.
Dad? I know. But I'll think of just...
So there's a lot of things here that only get semi-answered by the rest of the story. Basically, Jack is still in control of Sin, and that's why Sin doesn't really attack Luca. Not to mention he doesn't attack here because the file Aeon isn't here. And Jack realizes this, so he just flees.
gonna wait till you think?
So much for the fight.
We need to sit and...
Rush this and we'll lose
May I help you?
Also, I forgot to talk about, the reason why we are doing so well with Belfour and that strategy with Yunalesca is because we got the Moon Crest as soon as we hit Besaid Island. You do not get it when you're first there, you are in for hell later. Because you have to deal with Dark Belfour.
Thank you.
We'll mess around selling stuff later. We gotta sort again. It's So first of all, let's get the story advanced so we can talk about the end game. Because we are actually at the end game now. And he doesn't tell us how. Come on, dude.
Hey guys, I just had a great idea. I know it's your...
No, it's... I've gotten you.
Let me say it.
Alright, so now the late game, well, we're not quite in the end game. End game sequence will be inside Sin, starting at the point of no return. Very far inside the dungeon. But we are in late game now. So this is late game. We can revisit areas. Now, these areas, I'm going to go to each one. Each one of these has, a dark Aeon. So, Besaid, dark Aeon. Thunderplains, a dark Aeon. This is where Dark Ixion is. Lake Makalania will have, Dark Shiva outside the temple. Ikanel will have Dark Ifrit outside of the, home entrance. Homelands will have Dark Yojimbo down inside the gorge. And, we saw how we started that fight. Mount Gagazet has Dark Enema, but you have to do a special activation sequence in order to do that. You have to repeat the Trials of Gagazet. Zanarkand Ruins has Dark Bahamut. Now, let's see. Where is the... Alright, so... Ehian High Road actually has the Dark Magus Sisters, but you have to go onto Mushroom Rock Road and trigger it. If I remember correctly, they cannot spawn until you've actually unlocked them. And that should be... that should be all of them. Can go back to the Luca and play Blitzball and all that. There are some areas you can go to without worrying about it. And normally you see the, ruins at the very start. Here we go. We are inputting the password. So let me see what the other ones were. I can't remember the other ones. All right, next one. Let's see, the third one. And it's also location. So some of these are a little precise. Let me just pull this up. I'm 30. Oh, it's 29, between 29 and 32x. Ah, there it is. Yeah, see, 33x. Very 9. Some of these could be a little precise. There it is. 12 by 41. Baaj Temple is where an enema is. If you've gotten the Zanarkand, all of the temples done, you got to deal with a boss first, who could be a pain in the ass if you don't know how to deal with him. First off, though, also there's Lulu's ultimate weapons in there too, so something to consider. All right. So here are the ruins why you should go. Well, here are the bonus destinations why you should go there. It's loot you cannot get about the airship. As victorious for is it armor for Riku? Check it out. 3 elemental proofs. Crazy good. See? This is what I was talking about. It's a hint that this is going to come because you see Owaka doing that later. You know, you see him doing that outside of the Makalani temple. Weapon for Oron? So it's interesting if you have him as a mage character, which is kind of strange if you're doing that. He's by far best done as a melee. You had to put some serious investment into him to make it work. Usually by doing expert spear grid, when I understand how that works. Doing Lance, looking for Kamari. Actually a pretty decent one too. Note is a 4-slot item, so if you get a double overdrive, you can sell it for huge amounts of money. That is a Riku weapon. Yeah. And here's Riku's weapon. Right there's a very useful Lulu weapon, but not weapon armor, because it eats 3 different elements. So there are 3 different types of elemental properties. You got the ward, which reduces damage. You got proof, which makes it immune. And you have the eater, which absorbs it. So you have that on someone that spans if they only spam one type of elemental attack. It makes it very easy to deal with them. That item there is very useful against Seymour, for example. That there is a Tidus weapon. Gives him double AP, so you need a leveling weapon until you get access to triple your true leveling weapons. That's your best option, because that is a free one, and it means you don't have to cheese Dark Yojimbo. You don't have to cheese Monster Arena. That's available right away once as soon as you leave Zanarkand and get on the airship. Now, the Omega runes are mostly for Monster Arena, as well as querying the objective there, which is beating Omega. And it also has some of the highest level, highest AP grind in the game without using Don Tonberry cheese. Baaj Temple is, again, you have to beat a boss to get there, and it also has Lulu's ultimate weapon, and it also has Enema, but you would not normally go there unless you already had the other Cloisters done. So that being said, let's go to Hybrids. We're going to finish this session up by getting the final dungeon unlocked. Notice how we're just let in.
Infidel!
Never mind.
Man, don't
you regret showing your face?
If they want to fight,
prepare to
stop!
Captain?
Lady Yuna, she's no traitor. What? Maester Micah himself told.
Then what?
stand down! As she says!
What was that about evil? Oh, Yevon seems... yesterday...
Short on belief.
Yes, the chaos and the... It's horrible! And all the priests do...
Yeah, we kind of did that.
The final showdown.
Now, technically speaking, you could just go straight into the end game. Not what I wanted. So once you select Sin, this is going to start the final sequence. You can go in, clear the dungeon. Well, should clarify. Basically, you're going to be warned about a point of no return, which is near the end of the dungeon, and you're able to freely move in and out. Because after there's one boss inside, which is the final Seymour encounter, on top of the boss of Sin outside. This is actually, it's a final dungeon, but you do have more free reign than other Final Fantasies at this point. Because typically speaking, when you're in the final dungeon of Final Fantasy, you're locked in. You're not going to be able to get out easily. Usually. Like, there are some exceptions, like the Crystal World, for example, in 9. You can teleport out instead of starting the in-game sequence of of Transkuja and then Necron. Well, actually, more Death Guys than Transkuja than Necron. So you can teleport out at that point. And, with 8, you have the point of no return being the Ultimetria's throne room, and 7 is the Great North Cave. That one's wasn't that one the entire thing? A point of no return, once you go in, you're not coming back out? On disc 3? Whatever. With 12, when you go to Sky Fortress, yeah, that is, of course, you're locked into the end game. Whereas 13 is, well, it gives you a post game that unlocks after clearing the final boss, and so on. So yeah, this is one of the Final Fantasies where they started letting you have more free roam about that, about being more lenient about starting the end game. If you do go to the point of no return, there is no new game plus or anything. You're locked into the final sequence. However, this is what we got here. I don't know why I said however. Sorry, need water. Getting tongue-tied there. Basically, yeah, this is where your actual in-game sequence, your late game starts, and yeah. So basically, you have quite a few options. You can do Blitzball to get access to Wakka's Sigil, Sigil and his World Champion Celestial weapon. You can revisit some of the early areas for missed Cloisters or Dark Aeon fights. Do not mess with the Dark Aeons. You have to spend days inside the monster arena unless you really want to do Yojimbo Chi. You also got the Omega runes to explore and do that. There are some other things at this point that open up. Mostly, side stuff like the Dark Aeons and Penance, and go and get celestial weapons. Let's see, I am going to bring us down here. I want to see if the people on the Mushroom Rock have spawned. You know, we're looking to see if they're there yet. Thanks to the speed boost, can just run through here instead of walking. You know, instead of trying to go from Jose. I believe they don't spawn if you go from Jose. Yep, there they are. Yeah. Okay, so that's really interesting. Okay, well, we confirmed that theory. You do not have to have the Aeon unlocked in order to fight the Dark One. Yojimbo is the exception because you had to have cleared that one first before he spawned. So now we know. Knowing is half the battle. And note what happens here. It will reset each time. Interesting, isn't it?
The final showdown.
There it is. There are your options. You're going to the final dungeon start, pushing your way through to the point of no return, which means you can also do Monster Arena at the same time. Now, honestly, if you cleared Yunalesca, you're probably going to be able to clear the final dungeon. Final dungeon, honestly, I'm going to be honest. The super boss content of 10 is far harder than anything in the story. The story mostly has some gimmicks, and if you're able to cheat, take down Yunalesca easily, without, like what we saw, basically our Aeons, Velfor and Bahamut are strong enough at this point that they can just solo the rest of the game. Like, they are very strong, and if you're going in with Yuna having Grand Summon available, you can just bulldoze. The only boss that might cause a problem is I would say Seymour, but that's because he will actually kill your Aeons in one shot, as we know. So basically, I'm going to think about whether or not we're going to do some of the side content in the show, where you need to go to get weapons, or what. Because honestly, I do not normally get every single celestial weapon. I usually just get the ones that are easy to get, like Lulu, Biku, Oron. Because Kimari's is a pain in the ass. Those getting his upgrade. This is also really... Actually, let's show you where Tidus' weapon is. I said it was back on the comm list and we totally forgot to get it. So it's all the way back here. This little thing here, this little ledge. So you have to do the Chocobo race in order to get him out. Now I remember. God. So yeah, do the Chocobo race. You'll get him to move. Then you can go there and you get his weapon. Now for in-game equipment, if you don't want to go farm Dark Aeons or anything, just get your celestial weapons for your preferred party member. Upgrade them if you can. Actually, yeah, upgrade them. Honestly, and unfortunately, that means you're probably going to want Tidus, and that means you got to suffer Chocobo racing. It's horrible, but you got to do it. And also means you're gonna have an easier time with Yuna and Oron. Can't easily get by. As long as you get break damage limit somehow, you're golden. Because Oron could just armor break, and then you don't have to worry about the piercing property not being there. I would honestly suggest trying to customize a weapon to get break damage, meaning either customize it or get it as a drop-off Dark Yojimbo. And I would suggest for that, just use Yojimbo cheese and then teleport out. It's going to take a lot of saving and reloading because you need to be, first off, you need to get, him killed, and then you have to get a weapon drop that matches what you're looking for. So yeah, that's that. Let's go back up to the airship. Also, take note the Choco Racing has the Sun Sigil. Sorry, I can never pronounce that word right. Sun Sigil, meaning you'll get two birds with one stone. You get his weapon and the sigil. Since the Sun Crest was in Zanarkand and we got that, and let's upgrade his weapon right away. So what I think, fortunately, going to do is Chocobo Racing, but off screen. For now, we're going to save. And then next time we're going to see if we're going to be doing some of the side stuff to show where weapons are, or if we're just going to go straight into the end game. Because at this point, it's pretty straightforward, and it may actually be in this VOD. So, in case I don't include it in this VOD, we'll say thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. So yeah, we'll continue on this one. So just forget what I said about seeing you next time. We are continuing on now. I got the Sun Sigil 3 tries on something that normally takes hours because of how horribly RNG and tilting it is. I can't believe it. I wish I was recording, but we got it. Here, it's time to get Tidus' weapon. You have to do the race in order to get him to move, as noted. Appears in his hand. He doesn't even go in there, reach in, or anything. So since we had a crest and a sigil, we can just totally completely upgrade it. Now we're going to run into Baaj Temple. We run there after we upgrade the weapon because we want to at least have Tidus upgraded because he's going to be, since we don't have access to Yuna or the water, we are going to do it this way.
The final showdown.
That can't go straight to it.
Welcome.
So here's where you can get full, pure foresight items. Note the starting cost of 100,000. So even if you just put a double overdrive on there, you will get your money back.
Well,
get slightly cheaper ones from Ren. But they will have something on them already. So if unless you're looking for pure profit, you can go with those. Look at that. Break damage limit, triple overdrive, evade counter, and magic counter. So it's scary as hell on Tidus. Also, the secondary property of the... Well, okay, so the celestial weapons have their primary property, special property of piercing on top of the hard-coded abilities. They also have a secondary ability. Tidus is the more higher his hit points are, as in closer to maximum, the more damage he does. I'm pretty sure I talked about that, but it bears repeating. It's the opposite of Auron's, where the lower hit points he is, the more damage he does. Let's pick a fight. We can see how much damage his autos do right now. Didn't we have gotten it? There's a safe area. Weird. There we go. I'll say, yeah, his strength was really low. So he gets that, plus his Blitz Ace is going to be nuts. So we're actually going to see his Blitz Ace.
You like that?
Yeah, we seriously need to get strength up. We want him to be one-shotting bosses. See there, or spam cheer. Ah, yeah, quick hit. So quick hit is his real bread and butter in late game content. What we're probably going to do is actually... thinking. What you probably want to do is get him up to quick hit and then start him on Auron's path. Because he's already pretty fast, but he needs pure power and defense. So Auron is, like I said, he's going to be your strongest one naturally. You'll also get a lot of hit points to help balance it out, because some of the bosses in Sin do some heavy damage, even to devout parties. Not super devout parties, obviously. Run that full break. Would be a full break for him. That was added in International. Is it somewhere? I think we did. Not actually sure now. Right behind the level 4 in this thing. Wow, that's Wacka. Let me see where it's at, because full break is supposed to be mimic, you know, his Bushido blade. Banshee blade. Tongue tied. So it's an orange section. I don't know where it's at. Let me find it. You know, let's try to find it. There's supposed to be an orange section. It might be on one of those early gates that's locked off. Help if I quit hitting the wrong buttons. That's zombie attack over there. Logic dictates it would come right after your last break. Mental, but is it? So unusual, we can't see it. What do you want to bet it's actually near the start behind the level 4? Yep, look at that. There it is. Near the start behind level 4s. No wonder we couldn't see it. Looking in the wrong area. But yeah, you need at least 3 level 4s. But it's not that hard when if you're late game looking for those 4s. Look how many we got. 4, right there. Oh, got the counter back off.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Looks like a Tidus abilities. Nice stats, yeah. Okay, that's why his strength needs to be at least 100 for the high damage. That's what's going on. So we need to get him to Oron's grid. Okay, so let's get back to the airship. We're going over to Geosgaeno now. I think we can take on... Geosgaeno is the boss that got beat down. You see him in the opening and he's an easy target then.
Rich. The final show.
And until you open up Sin, inside Sin, you're going to have no music in here. Where's that speed? I want to show where the compilation speed. Bet you it's not here because we find it. So you need to find it. Right? You don't need to, but if you have a save game from a previous run, beer helps so much. Unusual. Ah, so it's actually back here. Yeah, this is why I didn't remember it all this time ago. Potentially go all the way back here. There it is. So if you go here at the game start, replaying the game, cash in your stuff here. Easy peasy, right? Also, early potions. Now with this party, we should be fine, especially since Riku will have access to decent stuff for Overdrive.
I almost got payback time.
I get the picture.
Be careful about applying buffs, because once Geosgaeno eats you, it'll absorb them. Yeah. They have to beat him first before that spawns. Here he comes. So that's the thing, by the way. He has Stone Punch, and it sucks to deal with. You're gonna want to come bringing in, Stoneproof armor. Note you can't blind them. Ooh, got lucky. Yeah, so that's a problem. Fortunately, he doesn't have that much hit points, so let's get your overdrive. Oh boy, not doing enough damage. Oh hell, he's gonna win this one. Now basically the fight's actually really simple. As you can see here, it can be rough if you don't have what you need early on. Yeah. Basically, you need to come in here with full overdrives. Okay, so we're back. Got the overdrives charged up. What we're going to do is a very funny watch. You get the cutscene going. Okay. So look at it. Takes 50% bonus damage from all elements. He's only got 32,000 hit points. So what we're going to do is what's known as a bitch move. Sacrificing these. Ah! So if you don't want to do this... Alright, so if you don't want to do the trio of quad nines, what you do is first you get stoneward gear and then you put on elemental weapons and blast them that way. Otherwise, just auto attacking to death with a quartet of 9. This is how you get around not having enough to go past the damage limit normally. Reflex shield. But... Oh, damn, that might sell nicely. Auto spells are really good for reselling. Look around for that weapon. Where is... Oh, you have to explore around in here. Okay, hold on. Let me find this, because Should have seen it. Oh, so southern part of the area. Yeah, you had to beat the boss first. Alright. Let's check the southern area. Might be hard to see it. It's been so long since I had to go and get there. A camera. Wait, where did I wonder? The camera screws with you so much. It may not actually appear. We had to go in and out for it to. Sometimes it can be like that. Close the damn door. You're letting all that water in. There it is, see? Camera. Alright, so normally you would go into the temple after clearing Geosgaeno if you had cleared the Zanarkand trials and the other Cloister trials. But since we didn't, we're not able to get anima. Nor do you really need anima. Anima is more useful for the optional content. How are we getting out of here? Just save point. Or dude, how are you meant to get out? I don't. How you, oh, there we go. Right. How did he jump up all the way up there? Yeah, anima is much more useful against the optional stuff like Dark Aeons or Monster Arena. It's complete overkill for finishing the story. Just because even her low level, form is going to be doing probably at least 500,000 damage, which is way more than enough to kill any boss. So the rest of this game, rather any rest of the story bosses.
final showdown with...
The Waka's weapon is behind there. We did not get Masamune yet. Now, if I remember correctly, that's on the Mihin High Road. Ah, we had to go back to the Cavern of Silent Faith Den, the Jose end of the Mushroom Rock Road. Oh, crap. So that means if we did not get this, yeah, we could be in trouble here. So basically, we may have to be fight. We have to fight off the Dark Magus system. I feel like it's not. You know, we'll see. Fortunately, speed up makes it easier to go back and forth. There it is. Oh, why are we going back up when you... So this is probably gonna suck. Fortunately, autosave exists.
Sorry.
The final show...
Wait. Okay, we're in the moon floor. Wait, what are we doing? Oh, wait. We're in. Wait, Jose in. What am I thinking? Thinking of coming from the Mihin Road, which is... Yeah, sorry. Do not make my mistake. I'm old. It happens. Okay. Yeah, where is this? Ah, right. If you go in from the other route, you know we're going to have to deal with the Dark Aeon. Fortunately, we can ninja in, not have to worry about them because we haven't walked into their trigger area. Why she showed up? Seems to be happy.
The final showdown.
All right, so we got that part done. So, look. So, honestly, the only one we're missing is Kamari's, and that's because it's locked behind Cactar Quest. And I just cannot be bothered to do that, I'll be honest. So, we already have Tidus upgraded. So, let's see what we do for the other ones. Some of these I forget. Nirvana, we've already talked about. You need to get every single Aeon and defeat every single one of them. And yeah, well, actually, yeah, that is right. So it's 8 Aeons. You gotta get Yojimbo. You gotta get Anima. You gotta get Magus Sisters. And once you're done, Moon Sigil. World Champion. So if you go back to Luca, you can get his crest from the locker room. Inside to be beside Oroc's locker room. And you can actually get Ace as early as the Blitzball tournament part of the story. That's something I totally forgot about, mostly because I wasn't playing on. Generally speaking, I only upgrade Waka. I'm going to be doing the Monster Arena bosses. That's pretty much the only reason why you want to ever upgrade him. He's not a bad character. It's just he requires some serious investment on top of Spear Grid, because you have to play a lot of Blitzball. And you got to use Jack Shot and more. The Sigil will be a 50% chance of appearing as a prize for a Blitzball League once you've gotten his Overdrive. So you have to play a lot of Blitzball in order to do that. Hence why we're not going for that. Spirit Lance. Now, you get that from playing 3 different Cactuar stones in the Thunder Plains. Then you gotta chase the Spectral one. You're in South or North. You have to have read the text in the Thunder Plains Travel Agency first. You have to follow it to a broken tower. Press the square button on PS3 or X on 360. Now, the crest is near the top of Mount Gagazet. This is something I did not remember. It's just after the Seymour Flux fight area. And the butterfly hunt is where his Sigil is. No. I hate that one. I hate that one almost as much as Chocobo Racing. Onion Knight. So, back in the far plane was... We could have actually gotten it when we were there in Guadalsalam. So yeah, that's a bit of a mix-up. I forgot to talk about it. Wait, I think I did talk about it, but if I didn't, then yeah, it's something we should have done while we were there. But you can go back after you get the airship. The Sigil is, oh god. If you think the choke... It's honestly a toss-up sometimes which Sigil people hate more in 10. The one for Lulu or the one for Tidus. Because the one for Tidus is... Eventually you can get some decent RNG and just caveman brute force it. But Lulu, you have to dodge 200 lightning bolts. Yeah, in a row. I've seen people do cheats do that. I saw one post on Reddit years ago of a guy making an engineering device that automatically dodges for him. Like, damn. Anyway, Masamune. So, the Crest is near the entrance of Mushroom Rock along the final area. It's, we did that one. Got that. And the sigil is from Monster Arena. You have to get at least 10 area conquest or species. It can be any conquest. Sorry, it can be any combination of area conquest and species conquest. So basically, one of each type of fiend in an area will do area conquest. We did that with the Calmlands, so you had to do that in order to even unlock the arena to begin with. So that's one. So it's only you only have to get 9 others. And species is getting all of the fiends of one particular species. There's probably a chart saying which one's the easiest. I would say probably Flan is the easiest one. Just because you see all the Flans before Gagazet. Because Gagazet has the Dark Flan, which is usually the last one, I think. Whereas something like the Instinct or the Flying Bee or the Dog requires you to have the airship because you have to go back to Bhed. Name of the Flan, actually. So, God Hand. The Crest, you find it inside the final area of Beacon Desert, which we shut down while we were there. It's in a shifting sand pit, so. The Cactuar quest on Beacon is actually where you get the sigil for that. Yeah. And that's kind of a similar game they brought back in 10.2. So, yeah. Tamari's is probably the most annoying overall, but you gotta deal with racing for Tidus or lightning bolts for Yuna. Sorry, not Yuna, but Lulu. Yeah. As it stands, if we can just get his strength up to around 100, it's probably safe to to finish the game out with him. Just because we have his break damage limit, you only need Tidus really. So I'm thinking we're gonna probably do some off-screen grinding real quick. Finish out his spear grid, then put him on an Auron, start that, and we should be good to go. What we're gonna do is actually open up Omega Ruins. It's a very good leveling area for this sort of purpose.
Yeehaw! Here we go.
And when you get here for the first time, you get a little story.
700. A monk who defied.
Oh, the traitor Omega, yeah?
Omega's loathing of Yevon has turned him into a fiend.
They say he liked it underground, out of the light.
So he...
Scared?
Not a chance.
So take note, this is one of the very few times in Final Fantasy that Omega has an actual story role. But what I mean by that is, if you bring, we get a little story thing here, voice acted cutscenes and everything, right? If you look at Omega in previous games, this did not happen, as Omega was always a hidden super boss, like Omega Weapon in 8. Omega Weapon wasn't in 6 or 7, even in re-release. Remember, he was in 5 as just Omega. I think he got added into earlier titles in the numbering through the special re-releases. But in 12, he's just a super boss that's hidden, no story or anything. Same with, what was his other appearances? I think he was in. I think he had a form in the 13 trilogy, but I don't really remember. In 14, he's part of the lead up to Stormblood, but his story is continued in the Omega Escape raids. Right. So we're going to be doing that leveling. It probably won't take very long considering Yuna abuse. So we'll see you in a little while. Alright, we are back. We're just going to continue on.
The final showdown.
So pretty much, hang on. Actually, let's pull up our party member. That's our party menu. these stats, you should be decent enough. Between Yuna's Aeons and Tidus's Overdrives, you should have no problems finishing out the game at this. That, you know, keep in mind that is talking about the base game. That does not mean you are able to handle the Monster Arena or Dark Aeons or anything. In fact, far from it. Hey, I'm in the... Okay, so yeah, 50 strength is really low for just, you know, Tidus one-manning things, but again, Yuna's Aeons.
The final showdown. Well, this is it, huh?
Yevon's hiding somewhere inside Sin. And we're gonna find him. All right, we're going in.
And also, correction about items. You get 10 slot. You get 4 slots from the Calm Lands vendor, but they have hit point, 10% on there. If you want to make a super profitable weapon, you need to get one from Once.
Any last minute?
Yeah, so you have to get a pure one from Once, or you basically get one of these cheap ones here from Rin or Calmland. A pure one will get you a lot of money.
You're selling?
But once Sin is gone.
Man, you're dead.
Also, Rin has a point.
I can hear the song!
Closer! Go!
Just a minute!
By default, you're going to be starting at range. Then remaining motionless will be a clue as to what's going on. Oh. So notice, even with celestial weapon piercing built in, you can still do low damage. You still have to armor break some enemies, unless their strength is so high it doesn't matter. That's usually in the 100 to 150 plus range. We did, brought in Bahamut for Overdrives. He was more resilient than Vel for.
Here goes everyone.
Notice it will strip your buffs each. It's considered a new battle, so you got to reply any buffs you put out.
Closer! Go!
Just a minute!
Alright, so if you have Yuna or Lulu in your party, you just have them pelting away with, black magic or holy while waiting for the turning process. Okay, one more auto attack. Your melee will do it. We're going to start using quick hits soon because the next phase is where a quick hit really pays off.
The main gun's bust.
Got Sin Spawn to deal with, then the actual core. It's all one phase here. It's a bit of a reprise of the fight back in Kilika. And you can see it's pretty much going to end the same way, one-shotted by Velfor. But she doesn't have her overdrive charge. Nope, he's armor break immune. Doesn't matter because he's going to die quickly anyway. Pretty much don't need to do anything other than quick hit and auto attack on this one. Okay, so we summoned a little too early. Have her heal up. Big while before he hits it, his turn, and we'll probably kill him before then. If you look at the charge bar, plenty of time. Oh. So note, you'll always counter with a low-level, magic attack. If you're worried about it, you can always summon an Aeon to take the hit. So it actually is pretty easy, even if it's only a semi-developed party. This is not what I would consider a semi-developed party. A moderately developed party is having at least, having at least 3 characters with full spear grid completion. In the sense of, let's say, look at Tidus. We started him on Orange Path, right? And we didn't fill in many nodes at this point, so it's not even moderately completed. Let's say you fill in, you only take the nodes that are already there. You complete 3 paths. That's starting to be semi-developed. Moderately developed would be having 3 paths with every single node in those paths filled up. And a super developed party would be having all 6, every single grid, node filled in and optimized. But this is not even a semi-developed party, really. This is just one with a little effort put in.
Man, we must have hit that. Machine.
This isn't.
May I have?
Got how much those SOS Overdrives sold. But yeah, remember, 4-star items in general sell nicely, but get valuable stuff like Overdrive abilities. Oh, they sell so well. This one's kind of crap because it's got piercing, but it just had the SOS Overdrive be like this, be much more valuable. So if you're starving for money, you can sell some stuff you've been getting from the side quests and all that. Not to mention the items from airship destinations.
Thank you. Your
I wonder if Subject is He's in pain.
It's unclear, actually. He might be, but at the same time, he's at the core of Sin, so... Like, he controls Sin, but at the same time, Yvonne controls... I don't know, it's never really explained. That's unusual. We should have Inside Sin as an option. Probably missed a step. God, that's why.
Here we go! Yeah! I'm coming for you, Dad.
Dude. Anyway, this is the actual final battle with Sin's outer shell. So you had it a little easy up to this point, but this is a timed, fight. See that overdrive gauge? If you do not defeat Sin before then, you automatically lose. And Sin will automatically pull you closer. So you're going to want to consider buffing up while you can. This is about to get nasty. Personal space, bro. And this is actually the battle I was thinking of where a quick hit becomes massively useful. Just keep buffing until you're in range. He will move you closer. And also, if you want to, you can start attacking early on. If you have break damage limited weapons, you'll probably, depending on how developed your party is, you might have a hit point critical by the time he pulls you to melee range. Again, personal space, bro. So fortunately, Sin is very slow and it turns even without his guy involved. In most cases, unless you're very, very underdeveloped, you will probably kill Sin before Overdrive kicks off. If anything else, you could try coming in with, you know, overdrives on Aeons. Would finish the job easily. Or at least do a severe amount of damage, especially if you have one a weapon or two upgraded to excess break damage limit for others than Bahamut. Note the usage of zombie status, so be careful about that. Maybe we'll get a free overdrive point here, right? There it is, see? Notice he doesn't do the victory pose. He knows he's not done yet.
Dan! Where are you?
We must go to him.
Oh yeah, we're just chilling in here inside Sin. Honestly, it feels like they were kind of lazy on the track at some point, on the soundtrack. Like, okay, look, they're just reusing music from earlier in the game. They didn't give the Sin dungeon its own special music. You see the same problem with the Mega Runes reusing a track from earlier in the game. Not to mention Mount Gagazet interior using a track from Makalani Woods. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, the soundtrack isn't bad at all. It's just feels like they got lazy on some areas. Also, take note there are some chests in here, but you had to wander around, and it's kind of hard because, see what I'm talking about, you have to find the right path, otherwise you get knocked down. Absolutely worth it because you get some special spears which you can double up stuff like Entrust. Ooh. When you notice you were filling in the map, it's much like the Omega Runes. There is nothing known here. There. Be careful you use the speed booster, that can happen. Notice what looks familiar here? Staffs? Yeah. Final Seymour encounters here. There. It's never explained when he got absorbed by Sin. Like, there's absolutely no... I don't think there's any NPC that tells you Seymour went missing after...
Sin has chosen me.
after the Guado stuff.
Part of sin. I am immortal.
Sin just absorbs.
I will learn to control it from within. I have all the time in the world.
Never explained whether or not he could have done that.
Yunalesca, the only means of destroying sin is forever gone. Now nothing can stop us.
Well, we can.
By all means, you should thank me.
So remember what I said all the way back in the first session about the null elemental spells? Yeah, this is one of the best fights to have all 4 of them. I didn't bother going back and getting the missing one, but it's not going to last that long. Notice he's got, low hit points. This is deceptive because he has a really nasty gimmick of being able to quad cast over 3 spells. And notice the elemental shifting. It's like Spirit Morph, only this time you can actually see what he's, vulnerable against. Right now he's set to Blizzard. He's weak against, snow, ice, but strong against fire. So take a look at what the spheres are in the middle. These spheres indicate what his primary strengths and weaknesses are. Now, remember correctly, they can only be these 4 at the same time. It can never be mixed. So since he's absorbing, fire, it means he's going to be using fire. Pop no blaze. If you have a sensor, you can easily see which one he's going to be using next. Alternatively, you can just come in here with elemental eater armor or elemental proof armor and just keep popping no element for the one you don't have, strength against. You can also hit one of these in order to make it rotate. But in most cases, you're pretty safe just cavemaning them. Especially if you have super developed Aeons, or Aeons that are doing an incredible amount of damage as it is. Again, this is not even a semi-developed party. This is a comfortably clear the endgame party. Where I comfortably clear the story party. He's currently, packing fire, so he can send out Ifrit. If you just spam this, and he's going to keep getting perma healed because we're not changing enough fire. So this is an alternate cheesy strat until it shifts, and I don't remember if it shifts if you, I think you have to hit it in order for it to shift, otherwise it'll always stay on that element. We're about to find out. Looks like it's staying on fire. But yeah. Bro, you just, yeah. Ah. I didn't imagine that, did I? Ah. So I forgot he gets access to Requiem. Yeah. Oh, there's that. And it does shift after a while, so you can pretty much just keep changing your Aeon to, it's Blizz, it's Shiva time. But yeah, you can just use Aeons if you're feeling like you just want to cheese with Aeons, you can do that, or you can just Photos, depending on how developed your party is. Aeons and Overdrive will probably quickly kill him, depending on how strong they are, and if you have any weapons, break any celestial weapons at level 2. Oh, he's already broken. Ah, that's what it was. Yes, he's got overcharge ready. Oh, sorry, overdrive. Yeah, I died.
Let darkness take.
Oh, it's Ultima. That's what it was. Okay, we went past so far. Sorry, speed. Well, we didn't see the quote, so it's actually Ultima. I thought it was Overdrive. It reminded me of it. If I remember correctly, he might be one of the very few casters of Ultima in this game. Usually, there's a way for the player to get it, but not in this. Yeah, see, it wasn't possible in 9, but it was in 7, 8. He's Thunder now. Nope, he's not Thunder yet. Oh, he's absorbing water. Okay, see, I can tell. Look, it looked like electric blue to me, alright? I'm old. Get me some slack. Anyway, let's finish this in style. Now Yuna can finally send him.
So... But even after I am gone, Spira's sorrow will prevail.
Funny thing is, he was right, but for the wrong reason. Because we know the plot 10-2 kicks off.
Sin will be right behind.
Nice. Oh, plus 20% magic. If we had break damage limit on as a property, that'd be crazy. There's only 2 bosses in, well, 3 technical. You got, Seymour, and then you got Braska's final Aeon, then the Yevon fight. There's really a 4th one. We're about to get to it. It was way down there, but I forgot how. Honestly, the loot you get here is not that critical. The get better drops for the Monster Arena and Dark Aeons. This is the international version. Ah, that's how, right? Ah. That is a Yuna weapon, right? Yep. SOS Overdrive. Not very useful. There. This is the point no return. Once you progress through here, you are starting the final sequence. Yeah, so once you collect 10 of the items in here, then you start the final battles. But notice how fast Tidus' gauge builds with Warrior and Caladbolg. You're going to be an impressed machine with him. So you hit a spike, that's going to cause a battle. Oh, we can just flee these. Yeah, screw that. That guy's incredibly annoying about curse gear. Also, notice this enemy returns from Omega runes if he did Omega runes grinding. So he counts for Omega runes if you remember right.
I'll be right back.
If you're having trouble finding an enemy in one area, you might have easier luck in a different one when they overlap like that. Hey, I am hammering it. So the Fireflies are the faith, and they're sending out people to help. They're sending out items. Hey, no way. Jesus, man. This is that's the worst thing about the Marlboros. And so this is what something can happen, unfortunately. Dude, Marlboros are just busted. That's why you need to run in terror against any outside of Comlands. Comlands is a baby Marlboro compared to this. Fortunately, autosave will put you right back here. And the items received will always be in the same order. Ah! Walked into that.
I'll be right back.
Damn spikes are everywhere.
I'll be right back.
I was wrong. I thought the items were always in the same order. Ah, damn it, not again. You end up having a Marlboro incident here. Because of damn Marlboros like Sponsima. There, as long as one person gets away, you're fine. I suggest until you have status, effect, status effect gear, avoid the big Marlboros. Unless you can, you can do unique keys with Yuna. So remember what we showed in the Dark Yojimbo fight? Yeah, that. Should have run. Oh, so we just got hit by a ghost there. I feel like we got cheated on that one. Dude, we're getting right. Timing out, I guess. There. So this sequence honestly would be much easier to do the item grabs without having to worry about the camera. The camera is one of the worst enemies in this game. And it's a vestige of the old school design where they were forcing to fix the cameras. The attribute spear. This can be very useful if you want to. Let's say you have a line of 5 hit point plus 300s. So let's say you activate one of those, and you put them in a line. You put them in a line. You activate one, then you put the person you want to get that extra, 1,500 hit points. Hey, just use the attribute spear. So some of the spears are amazing for shenanigans with teleporting around without using teleport spears or friend spears or whatever. One more to go. Oh, so when you get to the last one, then it will teleport you. I don't remember if it's possible to get a 10th one or not. Here is the final battle. Make sure everything's in order. Final spear grid stuff. Hey, now it's time to do it. Now this is a track we didn't hear yet because this is actually played all the way back in the opening FMV for Footfall. When we skipped that, it started at the salvage ship. It's a little different now. And if you're familiar with the lyrics, it actually tells the story of 10. It actually has a double amount of foreshadowing and allusions to events in the game, like Bite the Hands of Theseus talk about, well, I always interpreted it as Jack versus Tidus. Another word of Wasty is talking about going to from June Zanarkand to Spira. Now, if you're worried about his overdrive, you can use Tidus to talk to him. I would suggest using it when it's nearly full. Dan Dusty Skies talking about Beacon now and all that. Oh, we did too early, didn't we? Crap. But you are supposed to be able to reset it. Oh, it did reset it. Oh, okay, I see now. Okay, so it resets it on his next turn. And like I said, there's a bit of a poetic justice here using a move that has the jet shot.
won't beat me this time!
Yep. So you can only do it 2 times. The third time, you will ignore it. Now, honestly, the next sequence, next two bosses are like incredibly easy, depending on what's going on. Well, we're about to explain why as soon as we get to that next phase. Oh crap! That's right. I forgot this is actually the second phase. Look, it's been a few years, okay? You get orange and petrified. Oh, she's almost at overdrive. We just wait for her to go. Ooh. Ooh, damn. I did not remember him being that damn strong. Okay, so now he's got a skill effect on it. They want to consider having Yuna or Waka or Tidus snipe out the Pagodas, because they're getting annoying at this point. But for the most part, you can straight caveman the main body if your Aeons are developed enough and you have overdrives. It's a good idea to charge them up before coming into this area. Shield, protect yourself from the. Yep. Wait, that was it? I remember him having a nasty overdrive. Did we just do that for nothing? Yeah, take these little bastards out. They're annoying. He didn't like that too much. His patterns are going to change when you take out the Pagodas. Here. It was a little trouble, huh? think we need an adult. Oof. There's Bianca over there. Oh, damn. She actually almost finished this in one shot. Doing 64,000. Good God. What is the scaling on that? Doing more than Bahamut. That's not normal. There we go. Got him down low enough that we can just use a low-level magic cell. You know, spending a turn to replenish and guaranteeing it. So, honestly, the next two boss sequences are like much easier than this, and it's widely considered that Braska's final Aeon is the true, you know, last difficult boss of the story. Mostly because the next phase is the Aeon sequence, and it is variable in difficulty. Going to why in a moment. Notice what this implies. He was unsent. Stopped being a dream, became real, then became unsent. At least that's my interpretation all these years, is that he was unsent at that point. Oh crap, I meant to summon the Bahamut first. Because you can use Spellboard to one shot. Notice the ghosted summon where the Yuna would have been. So, for people who didn't play the international version and didn't play until, HD Remaster, this is actually, the original PS2 release, this is actually the only time the original PS2 people got to fight Dark Aeons until 10-2. And the 10-2 at Dark Aeons are like complete jokes compared to this, by far. And look at what it says at the text. This is something I don't think people would notice most of the time. Now, the reason why this is variable is that they directly take your Aeon's stats. So they can either die in one hit or they can take a while. And it depends on how your party is. Notice she's hitting hard, yeah. You also have auto life from the face, so you cannot lose this battle unless you petrify yourself somehow. That's the only way I know of that you can actually lose this fight is you petrify your entire team. Even if you die, you will get rezzed right away, so don't worry about burning anything up. It's actually impossible to lose this fight otherwise. Also, the list will grow if you have the missing Aeons. So this fight could be either a 5 Aeon fight or it can be the entire roster. And notice you can, in theory, summon your remaining Aeons. Notice the overkill threshold is very low. Probably like 1 hit point or something. They're willingly sacrificing themselves. And if you watch the full cutscenes of Bahamut back in Bevelle, after Mika died, sends himself. The reason why he's saying summon them was because they knew the key. They had to summon an Aeon in every single Aeon that was pledged to Yuna, and that so Yojimbo possess them, and if they're struck down, they dissipate, meaning they can't reform to healed up or whatever, right? That means Yojimbo had nowhere else to go, because his entire gimmick was possessing a final Aeon. It's just fun about, so just go ahead and pop your mega elixirs or whatever. Notice they're doing the same thing they did for Braska. Braska's final Aeon. I guess it was low. Probably something like 4,000 or 5,000. Of that overkill threshold. Overkilling at this point doesn't mean squat unless you're doing it for bragging rights. Notice, I forgot to point this out, but it's saying different things on the text if you look at them with the enemy info thing. See? Yeah, see? You can tell she's so distressed over having to do that. Because the Aeons have been at her side for so long and everything in the story and in gameplay. Now, note you cannot just cheat your way to victory with Aeons here, because you don't have any anymore, see? Completely disabled. So, just blast them with everything you've got. You should not be a problem. I forgot he does that. Remember correctly, you can zap them, but otherwise it's blasting with overdrives. Notice we got auto life back because the faith will not let us lose. So the normal strategy is to just pop one Pagodas and then alternate between them, so that way you keep them down most of the time so they can't keep charging up. Again, you can snipe them. Alternatively, you probably cast, reflect on him so he can't pop his ceiling. I thought I hit him, right? Interesting. And now we just totally shut him down. Very easy way to cheese him. Get free healing out of it, too. Oh, it wore off. What? Freaking clown. Yeah, so he can do that. He hits hard. He's really only a danger for very underdeveloped parties that don't have full overdrives or anything. Sadly, because Yuna doesn't have any Aeons at this point, her overdrive is actually worthless. Unless you have Entrust on her. Then you just give Tidus or something. Whoop, there we go. Damn, that poison wore off already? Keep in mind, if you attack him directly, he's going to counterattack with Kiraga. Now, honestly, the real way we can counter this is 3099. So what we're going to do here is just use Riku's Overdrive when we get it charged up. So a little bit of sandbagging now. I feel like this would be quicker if we just use Entrust. Right, we don't have an ether. Damn. Honestly, we're kind of just screwing around at this point. This is an impossible battle to lose, just like the Aeon fight. Oh, so yeah, that happened. I guess he was training and I just didn't notice. Oh yeah, so much for Trio 99. There's multiple ways to beat him. Usually, you're coming here after a Dark Aeon party, you're going to be one-shotting him anyway, so yeah. Alright, let's just get to a lot of cutscene. See the Aeon's going dark. Going inert meaning there's no purpose anymore. This is explored more in 10.2, where they become holes in the temples. And in particular, the Makalania temple begins sinking into the lake. Wow, that's one big FMB. Yeah, let's get down there. All right, get that under control. Okay, so that was Final Fantasy X. Like I said, we're not going to 10.2 because that is a much more complicated game versus this, where it's pretty straightforward, as well as showing side areas. Honestly, I hope it helps you learn key things and showing you where to farm, some strategies and all that. We didn't go into detail with Dark Aeons and all that, nor did we successfully get Anima. But there were timestamps that explained how to get Anima. You had to have all the trials done, all that. Now, since I had an immense amount of fun doing this, I think we're going to do a tryhard run. The tryhard run is doing it with Expert Spear, which does not have predetermined paths, meaning we're going to have to do it that way, look up a little bit of info about how to do an Expert Spear run. Probably not that different. It's probably similar to the original version of Zodiac Age, back on the PS2 version, where everybody ended up being the same, which is honestly kind of true here too, but we don't like to admit that one. But I had a lot of fun replaying this for this Let's Learn, and Expert run coming. I've never done the Expert Spear run. I've always done Standard because it's the only one I knew. And from what I understand, Expert is actually, you had to pay much more attention versus Standard, which allows you a little bit of leeway to have max stats and everything. So yeah, we are going to be doing that. And I'll see. It might, the first episode might be up later after this one. I don't know yet, but again, I need to do a little bit of reading, but that may be in our next tryhard run, alongside Yakuza and others. So anyway, I don't know what our next Let's Learn is. We've largely been doing turn-based games and RPGs in general. I don't know if I'll put a poll up. I may not. I don't know. But it's something to me to think about what our next let's learn is. And again, we're not doing 10-2. There's too much going on. 10-2 is really, you want to get as close to 100% in your first run as possible, because you have to do a replay in order to get the missing scene. And I was honestly look up a guide, look up a Steam guide or something. That one's way out of my ability. There's just so much going on in a 10-2 game, and there is no canon path past Tidus returns. That's the only thing canon about it, because it is whatever order you want to do it in, whatever side quests and all that. I'm sorry if anybody was looking forward to it. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. It's too complicated. Now let's see. I do think Tryhard Run is coming, like I said, and it might start today. So anyway, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.